Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
We're good, Dan.
I'll just turn this down.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Just turn this down. Good morning and welcome to Pasterfield Oval, the scene of the Newcastle District Cricket Association Suburban Districts. Welcome to Pasterfield Oval. Play. Newcastle District Cricket Association Suburban Districts. Let's try that again. Good morning and welcome to the Newcastle District Cricket Association Suburban Districts Division 1 Grand Final. We're out at Pasterfield Oval. Port Stephens Pythons versus the Waterboard Cricket Club. Good morning, my name is Dan Saunders. I'm joined by Dave Absalom here on commentary. The Port Stephens Pythons have won the toss and elected to bat first. And Pythons started the first over here. James Orr bowled a wide with the first ball. There's been a couple of byes as well. Looks like that is Tyron Everly on strike for the Port Stephens Pythons. He is the Division 1 Player of the Year, as announced on Friday at the NDCA's Grand Final luncheon. Lee Williams at the non-strikers end. James Earl coming in to bowl. And a good morning, Dave Absalom. How are you?
Morning, Dan. with off spin.
Well, I thought that'd be a good play to open with captain. Take over. Let me know when it is or isn't working, please, mate.
Was it back online?
Well, we've got vision.
Are we going?
I'll turn my volume off. Over, they won the toss, elected to bat. They are no wicket for 7. Tyron Everly's under his 3 wides, a leg bye and a bye. James Earl took the new pill, no wicket for 3 from his first over. And Jacob Rippon opening with off spin here at the what end's this? The northern end of Pasterfield Oval, or the Minway end. 2 runs taken from that. So after 2 overs here, 40 overs aside, Division 1 Grand Final in Suburban Districts. Port Stephens Pythons, who were the minor premiers in this competition. The Waterboard finished second in the season proper. No wicket for 5. Williams has a slash at that outside off stump and dot ball. So yeah, just mentioning the conditions before we got cut off just before. It's not raining here. It's looking quite overcast. There's significant rain overnight and the early hours of this morning. But again, Jeff and Daniel Williams from the Cardiff Boolaroo District Cricket Club have done an amazing job. The covers were down.
That's
so
a seed.
Great ball there. The covers were down. They've had the air blower. They've had everything possible here trying to get the wicket and the square as dry as possible. The wicket is in pretty good condition. The outfield, it's a little bit wet, but it will dry out. As long as we don't get any more rain, things should be pretty good.
And Lee Williams looking a little bit circumspect so far. We haven't seen any aggressive strokes. It's a bit of an interesting format we've got at the moment because I haven't seen Division 1 with power plays in place. So it'll be interesting for me to see what teams have been looking to do, whether they've been aggressive early on to try and take on with the field up. And Lee Williams is certainly an exponent that could do that. And there you go.
Well, he's doing everything he can to try and hit the thing down the ground, but James Earl, I dare say, will be getting some movement. With these conditions, it's not, I wouldn't say it's muggy, but it's not cool. It's just when that sun gets through, so I reckon the ball will move around out there today, and there'll be a little bit in the wicket early. There'd have to be, with that being under the covers all night.
Yep, yeah, 100%.
So the power play here, 8 overs? Or 6 overs? How does that work here in Suburban Districts?
I believe is it 10? I actually have no idea. I'm the assistant secretary.
Well, if anyone listening's got an idea of the rules of Suburban Districts, feel free to give me a text here.
Yeah, you're only the founder of the competition, aren't you?
Apparently. So James Earl bowling quite well here to Lee Williams. And I think that's that, strike 4.
He's looking to hit that down the ground, mid on, mid off up. In fact, is there anyone out at the moment? I don't think there was. The over's completed. There might be some out for Jacob Rippon.
Well, it'll be interesting. Got a fielder now going back to the long straight
2
hit.
out.
We've got another gentleman here going out to cow corner, or deep mid wicket. Now, we've been through the team plays. We do have player numbers here, so we should be able to accurately refer to the players throughout. It's weird saying throughout the morning. Games normally commence at 1 p.m. We've kicked off at 10:15 here today at Pasterfield Oval. Come on out and watch some great Division 1 one-day cricket. Now the Waterboard skipper Jacob Rippon has the ball in hand. Tyron Everly is on strike. Just tucks that around the corner there to a very fine short fine leg. They've taken a single there. There's some bat on it. Umpire Bruce not signalling, so another run there to Tyron Everly. As I mentioned before, he was awarded the Division 1 Player of the Year, the Ray Rutten Medal, on Friday at the Newcastle District Cricket Association's Grand Final Luncheon.
Yeah, beat a fellow teammate, Jared Moxey, had won it twice last year and the year before, and Jared actually came second by 1 point in that particular race.
Williams defends that away on the offside. So looking at the field here, so deep, long on, deep mid-wicket, look to be the only two outside the fielding restriction ring. Let's rip on in again to Williams. Cuts that away. He's got that through the gap. That should race away to the boundary. It's slowing up. It's actually
you've gone the early crow there, Dan.
Wow, well, it's pulled up. He hit it very well. He got some timing on that and got a good view of it here on the Frog Box camera. But two more onto the total for the Pythons. It's Williams off the mark and no wicket for 10 midway through this fourth over.
It's interesting, when I was out helping the Williamses this morning, that side was probably the wettest side, particularly just off the square there. So it will probably pull up. Boundary set fairly long as Williams defends again. I had the tape measure out when they were setting the boundary, so around 65 metres around the ground is the boundary size, so it's standard for first grade, I'm led to believe.
Ball then pushed away on the offside there. A bit of confusion there between bowler and cover. Who's going to pick that ball up? No, I mean, Pasterfield usually runs pretty quick. Obviously, with the overnight rain, it's going to be a bit slow. And the Pythons winning the toss, an interesting call. The wicket's very dry considering, but the outfield, they won't get value for runs, especially early on, and especially in this power play. Though he's got that cutaway there, beat the slip. They'll get two.
You know, at the moment, it's interesting watching Lee Williams bat. He's looking to really take James Earl down the other end with the field up completely, but with Jacob Rippon, he's sort of just hanging back, waiting for the one to cut. He played a good cut shot a couple of balls ago, and that one attempted again, probably a little bit closer and got a thickish top edge, but still picks up a couple of runs.
So at the end of the over, Port Stephens Pythons, no wicket for 12, Williams 4, Tyrone Everly 3. No wicket for 12, Rippon, no wicket for 7 from 2 overs. Yeah, look, again, the last thing the Pythons want to do here, looking to win their third premiership in 5 years here in the Division 1 Suburban Districts competition, you don't want to lose early wickets and you don't want to throw your wicket away. Now, Lee Williams traditionally is a very aggressive opening batsman.
Yep.
That is trying to take on James Earl is no surprise. And I like that the Waterboard are having everyone up there. They want Lee Williams to hit because one or two things will happen. He might get away for a couple or he might get out.
Oh, that's a great delivery there from Earl. Just finding that back of a length delivery, Everly on the front foot and beats him on the outside edge.
Yeah, we sort of reached for that, didn't really move the front foot. Sort of took a short step forward and then poked at it. And
well, that's the sort of delivery you want from a Waterboard perspective. It's the slip in play, gully also. That's what they're looking for. And that's a wicket. Michael Rippon takes the catch. Tyrone Everly, as you mentioned, just pushing at that one, and he's hit it straight to that fielder at short cover. So James Earl strikes early for the Waterboard.
Yeah, big wicket there. The Division 1 Player of the Year out in the 5th over for, 3 from 10 deliveries. And again, he just poked. Now, I'm wondering if the ball's not quite coming onto the bat. It might be a little bit slow, the wicket, as he poked it, just sort of took a half step and hung the bat out the previous one. That one, Michael Rippon, he's got a great set of hands, but I dare say he won't take a simpler catch on that today.
Yeah, absolutely. Big breakthrough there. Does bring to the crease, looks like Jared Moxey coming to the crease. So you get a wicket early, you bring Jared Moxey to the crease, who's leading wicket taker, I'm led to believe, and is right up there with the run scoring early. So I dare say the Waterboard will look to try and keep the pressure on him early, still having that aggressive field setting and still trying to hit that back of a length delivery and try and get caught behind, caught slip, something like that. But Jared Moxey, obviously a very experienced cricketer, very good cricketer. He'll know exactly how to play this situation. I dare say he'll take his time a little bit early and just wait for deliveries that he can play through. Loves the drive in particular, loves every shot really.
Yeah, Jared Moxey's had a big year. He scored 377 runs for the season, average of just over 34. Scored 1 century, 108 not out, and also a half century. Generally goes at a reasonable clip as well, but the Pythons, they'll need a signature knock from Jared Moxey if they're a chance of setting a total here today, here in this grand final. Suburban Districts Division 1 grand final. No play was possible yesterday at Fayon Oval due to the wet weather. It's been moved to Pasterfield Oval. The ground, for all the conditions we've had, is in immaculate condition, and once again, massive props to Jeff and Daniel Williams from the Cardiff Bullaroo District Cricket Club curating, and the Cardiff Bullaroo District Cricket Club in general for hosting and making every effort to get this grand final on today.
Absolutely. Well said, Dan. Very well said. And just as we were talking about, I think Jared Moxey will look to do that a lot. He's left that one outside off stump, just waiting for Earl to give him something he likes.
Now, you're remiss of me not to mention that these two teams met in the grand final 2 seasons ago, and that game was also rain interrupted. The game ended up going down to Duckworth-Lewis in one of the most closest Duckworth-Lewis victory. I remember they went to drinks and the Waterboard were in front, batting second, and then I think it was 2 balls after drinks.
Well, big appeal. I must admit, I didn't hear anything from my position here. Waterboard were absolutely convinced that Moxie's got a little tickle on that one. Must admit, I didn't hear anything, Dan, did you?
I didn't hear, but we're probably, 75 metres away with headphones on.
I remember that a few years ago when we were here. Well, what did we say, 4,000 metres away?
Yeah.
It was certainly a confident appeal from the Waterboard side.
Oh, look, it was a great appeal, and at times that can influence an umpire. I think we've all played enough cricket to know that on occasion that can happen. It's a grand final. Waterboard know how dangerous Jared Moxey is, and if you think you're a half a chance of getting it and seeing the back of him, you take it. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. So that ends the 5th over, is that right, Dan? Score is 1 for 12.
Yeah, and James Earl, 1 for 3 off 3, and he's bowling perfectly for these conditions. Line and length, round off stump, making the batsman have to play.
That's right.
On a wicket like this, you don't want to waste balls. You don't want batsmen shouldering arms, because all you're doing is chopping the ball up and getting no chance of a wicket. Lee Williams has had a swing and a miss outside off stump probably half a dozen times, and he's got the wicket of Tyrone Everly.
And most of those 3 runs that Earl's conceded, a few of them have been wides, haven't they?
I think there was 2 backward, a square and a wide.
It's good fielding there by Michael Rippon. What Jacob Rippon will be looking to do is just to keep things tight as well. He'll be looking to pitch the ball full, give Williams nothing to cut. That's sort of the delivery he's been sweating on from Jake Rippon. That one's well pitched up and Williams defends. And that's sort of the area he wants to operate in. So still the same field, 2 out for Jacob Rippon.
Toss
Williams
that up.
Down the wicket, hits it over cover.
Is it going to go?
It should go. That picks up a boundary.
First boundary of the morning. Nice stroke there by Lee Williams. And Lee Williams is showing when he gets set, he's a very hard man to stop scoring runs. And the Pythons, especially with the loss of that early wicket, Lee Williams was their second leading wicket. Apologies, second leading run scorer for the Pythons here. 264 runs, an average of 22, with a high score of 75, which I think he picked up in either the last or second last round of the competition.
I believe so. Yeah, a lot of those runs have come late in the year, so he's picked up a bit of form as the season's gone on.
Oh, that was risky. That would have went straight over Gully's head on the camera. I'll take 2, but that's how Lee Williams bats. He's going to take on the bowls, and especially with the field up. All their fielders that are out are on the leg side, and just about all his stroke play has been on the offside. Yeah,
and that's why it was an intelligent shot, the shot inside out over extra. It was, no one out there, so he took full value. And Jacob Rippon will still be looking to find his spots here and make Lee Williams do something he doesn't want to do, and that's edged to that fielder at Gully, so nicely bowled there.
1 for 18. 1 ball remaining here in the 6th over. Rippon bowling quite tidy. No wicket for 13. Final ball, the 6th over.
That one was flatter and shorter and quicker, so varying up his lines and lengths and speeds.
Now Lee Williams, 10 from 22 deliveries. Jared Moxey yet to get off the mark. And as we said earlier, Tyrone Everly was bowled. James Earl caught Michael Rippon for 3 from 10 deliveries. After 6 overs, Port Stephens Pythons 1 for 18. James Earl, impressive figures of 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. Jacob Rippon, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. This is as the ladder fell, Team 1 versus Team 2 in the Suburban Districts Division 1 Grand Final. Dan Saunders, Dave Absalom bringing you live streaming and commentary here from Pasterfield Oval. We're hoping the rain stays away and we can get a full game in here. Looking to the south, it does look pretty murky. Doesn't look very pleasant at all. Looking out to, what's that way? If that's south, and that'd be east, out towards the ocean. It's not looking very pleasant either. Out to the west, though, it's clearing up. Which way's the wind going, Dave?
I have no idea. I don't feel any wind at all.
I don't think there is any. I mean, we've been out here before when it's been 46 degrees and blowing a gale, so taking today's weather any time over some of the previous experiences here commentating at Pasterfield.
That was a famous Coventry day. I think it was an SG Moore day, was it? Under 16s. I'm thinking 2021-22.
Take your word for that.
November.
Blew a gasket.
Yeah. Stuff was being blown to smithereens, I think was one of the comments. And again, Earl settling on that line and length. Moxie coming forward and defending. No real issues there, but that's exactly what he wants to do. And again, Pythons know the importance of Jared Moxie building in innings here and batting long. If he stays for any length of time, he'll build a very nice total. And that's the shot he loves, isn't it? I've been on the receiving end when I've played against him and actually bowled to him. That cover drive, it's when you're not playing against him, it's a beautiful thing to watch. Well, I guess even when you're playing against him, you can admire quality like that.
He's bowling the perfect line and length here. This is a clinic on how to bowl. Not well, just any time, but especially a wicket that might have just a little bit in it. Let the wicket work for you.
Again, I like the way Moxie's playing it though. Full stride in, full face of the bat. Good battle here.
He's a very experienced cricketer. The moment certainly won't get too big for him, that's for sure. And he won't mind. He'll see off this ball. He's batted in all conditions, across many different competitions. Is that another maiden?
It was a very quick one too.
Geez, he got through that over. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. James Earl, and just having a look at his stats for the season. Having a look at James Earl here, and I'll get through him a litany of paperwork here. Probably the one on the bottom. Of course it is. James Earl bowled 42 overs for the year, only took 12 wickets at an average of 11.83, but we do need to be very mindful. The Waterboard had a lot of games washed out this year. Weather certainly wasn't too kind, and Jesmond Park, unfortunately, doesn't like a bubbler being left on, let alone rain. Lee Williams leaving a ball. Got to go check his temperature. Don't see that very often.
Yeah, but that's smart play if it's not there.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, you're right, he does like to get on with things. Yeah, down the wicket this time. He's found the gap that should be pulled in by the mid-off fielder.
Oh, good morning. Is that a seagull? bit away from home.
Now that one's got a bit of hair on it. Oops, sorry. Seagull?
Different seagull. Okay, so Jacob Rippon, he's the captain. Of course, Mitch Cronut, the usual skipper for Waterboard, got a bad leg injury. Is it a knee injury?
Yeah, ACL.
Did an ACL, and that was around Christmas time?
Yep.
And at that stage of the competition, the Waterboard were undefeated, and they looked to have this competition at their mercy. They put a few losses back-to-back after Christmas, had a number of players out. I know that a player or two on holidays over in Sri Lanka following the Test series, and key players as well. The effort they did last week in their semi-final, that was one of the gutsiest wins I think I've seen in a long time.
Oh, absolutely. Didn't see the game, but following it along, and you thought Maryland had always had that game in control, but Radford was absolutely superb on that particular occasion, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, it was a huge effort. Took 4 wickets, and I think run a ball 30 coming in at 9 or 10 or 8 for 100, chase a 150 odd for victory, and they got themselves home. So well done to the Waterboard. They did it the hard way to get here to the big dance. As Williams cuts that away, he's disappointed in himself not beating the field. Rippon's bowling quite well. Not giving him anything to hit. Hit that on the up, through the offside, beats the fielder, so they'll get at least 2.
Just saw the way his knee dug into the ground there. Looks like he's okay.
Replace all divots. Williams, no interest in 3 there. as that's the end of the over. 8 overs completed here. Port Stephens Pythons are 1 for 24. Lee Williams is 16 not out. Jared Moxey still yet to get off the mark. Tyron Everly, the batsman who's been dismissed for 3. 8 overs, 1 for 24. And James Earl, what figures so far? Interesting if he bowls through. I'd keep him going. While ever he's bowling this tight.
Yep.
It looks like that is the case. He has 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. Captain Jacob Rippon, 4 overs, no wicket for 19.
And there's the power play symbol. So you were right, Dan. Is that 8 overs gone?
Yeah, well, I figured 20% of the innings would be the way.
But again, I think Waterboard would be well served to still keep the field up here, particularly with Earl bowling the way he's bowling. It looks like that's going to be the case. Fielder at extra cover right on the ring. But again, the field up, so that's good captaincy. One hits Moxie on the pads as he tries to work that to the onside. No fine leg in place as well, so, and why not? The way Earl's bowling, he's not put any down there for either batsman to latch onto. 7-2 offside field. I don't see that too often. So great aggressive captaincy here from the Waterboard and Jacob Rippon. Yeah, Moxie being very patient so far.
Just got a couple of messages in. Cameron Wells to the Journeyman, who's enjoying the stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, the Doyen, David Redden. We thank him as well. But both have come through and let us know that the power play is indeed 8 overs. 2 fielders maximum allowed out. Then 4 fielders allowed out until the 30th, or possibly the 32nd over. And then you can have 5 out for the final 8. Okay, so a maximum of 4 out. So that's interesting because that does leave a lot of boundary opportunities for both teams throughout the game. But again, on days like this, wickets are what need to be conserved because you can't score runs
if you're in the
sitting
shed.
in the sheds.
Ooh. Moxie trying to access that onside, but didn't get much bat on it. And again, there's no one really on the leg side at all. 2 fielders, one at, I guess, more of a regulation mid-wicket and mid-on. No one else there on the leg side. Earl comes in again. I don't know where that's come off, but no run because it's come off the body. Looks like Dan's getting a lot of fan mail in.
I've just been wished a happy Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Is that because of the...
I don't know. Earl in again to Moxie. Straight to the fielder there at cover. Number 27 gets in there and fields that well. That's Matthew Hiriot there in the covers, well fielded.
And he's going to be a key figure for Waterboard with bat in hand. He also bowls very well too, but...
Just having a look, he's bowled a couple of wides. He's only actually had 1 scoring shot off his bowling in 5 overs. A couple of wides and a 2 off the bat, so...
it's been incredible bowling, and you can see, 7-2 field. That's, just goes to show how well he is bowling at the moment. And again, Moxie, he won't be too worried about that at all. He tried to get a little bit of bat on that to run that down to the vacant fine leg area, but wasn't able to do so. Full-blooded drive there from Moxie.
Beautiful stroke. Vintage Jared Moxie. Might just pull up. It has. But he'll get 2. That's the shot you were talking about earlier, Dave. You said that gets that cover drive going. But if he gets that cover drive going, he's also, the slips come into play.
Yeah.
I'd be encouraging him to play that. But James Earl, he's been pummeled that over for, 3?
It's a nice thing to watch though, isn't it, when he's in full flow like that and finding the gap. But again, we talked about the outfield and the water that's been on it. He thought he timed that pretty well, but probably only got 3/4 of the way to the boundary, so I think there's going to be a lot of running out here to score runs today.
Especially in the next hour. I think it'll dry out because there's no rain. I mean, looking out here, if that
looks
out
horrible
there to the east and the south coming this way, we'll be swimming home. We'll probably get electrocuted here on the front box because it ain't looking very good, and our marquee was a lovely hole there. Anyway, 9 overs completed. Port Stephens Pythons, they won the toss. They chose to bat first. They are 1 for 28. Lee Williams is 16. Jared Moxey is 2. Tyron Everly, the dismissed batsman, for 3. Now, it looks like a change of bowler, and I'd say this is Osama Radford.
Yep.
Left arm, number 25. Now, he, well, I don't think it's speaking at a school to say he basically won in the game last week.
Yep.
I mentioned that just before in our chat, but Osama Radford, left arm over the wicket. He'll be very difficult to get away, I'd imagine. He figures for this year.
And just as he comes in, bowled that very nicely. Williams defends. He's got an extra cover out on the boundary sweeping already. That's the only fielder out for Radford so far. Still, is there 3 fielders now on the leg side? He's got a square leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on. So 6-3 offside field. Still a slip and a gully in place. Point cover and mid off as well as that sweeper on the extra cover boundary.
Oh,
that's a lovely delivery, but Williams sort of caught on the crease there. No real foot movement. Good start here from Radford. And that one's down the leg side and given a wide by umpire Bruce. And yeah, massive shout out to the umpires too. They were certainly keen to see the game go ahead, and as soon as the rain stopped, they were like, yep, let's get it going. So credit to those two gentlemen out there, both Graham Bruce and Phil Baldwin. It's great to see cricket on.
At present. It's looking nasty. I don't know whether it's my sunglasses, which I'm not exactly sure why I've got them on either.
Nah, it looks terrible.
Yeah.
the weather, yeah.
Anyway, so Radford. So his bowling effort last week was his figures for the season. Certainly pulled that out at the right time. It's down the leg side. Umpire Bruce has got the wings out. Wide called. And as much as, a lot was said about game not going ahead yesterday, that's a standalone game on today in suburban districts. Opportunity for people to come out and watch. Those who won grand final, we'll go through the results throughout the broadcast of Divisions 2 through 8. Shout out to the Merriweather District Cricket Club, Dave. They won the Development League competition yesterday. 5th premiership in a row.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it?
5P.
That's certainly a dynasty. Talk about great sporting teams like Penrith Panthers and Chicago Bulls even, and all those sorts of things.
From the late 90s to the early 2000s. Yeah.
That's certainly a dynasty. I'm glad you gave yourself a rap there.
No, I just flipped the coin back then. That's all I did. Yeah, you're right, but five in a row, and that Dev League, it's growing and growing, and it's great to see suburban districts teams competing in there as well as your traditional NDCA incorporated clubs, and seeing the way the game is growing in Newcastle, especially the growth of women's cricket. I've got to give yourself a shout out, Dave. I watched in on the stream of the women's final a couple of weeks ago, and yourself and Kiva Bray did a fantastic job on commentary. Well done.
Thank you. And you actually, as that over completes there, but you actually had a bit of a chat with Kiva that we were able to listen to, and that was really, really good. She did really well with her commentary too. So it was great to have her insights and, listen to a bit of what she's been up to, representing Australia in the Under-19 World Cup and also playing in the Big Bash. It was really, really good. So this looks like Clark coming into the attack. So
jersey 23 or shirt 23. So 10 overs are completed, a quarter of the way through the innings. Pythons are 1 for 30. And James Earl got 3 wickets Sorry, he's got 3 overs in the can, and they'll come back later. Be interesting to see how long they wait till Michael Rippon.
I was just about to ask that question. I was just about to ask.
Because ever a bowler, you know, his leggies, and yeah, he's certainly a bundle of energy. He'll certainly pick things up out there, and he's very interesting. But it looks like Clark, he's coming off a run, so they've replaced pace with pace.
Oh, here we go. Here's the wind coming. Oh, that's cut nicely, but fielded, half stopped there by the fielder at point. As the wind's just starting to pick up here at Pasterfield, as yeah, so unfortunate, but we'll see how long we can keep going on here. Hopefully we can go on for a little while. I'm going to have to hold on to this piece of paper.
If any of the players over there watching or listening, they might want to get down near the covers because it's starting to sprinkle, but they should be able to see that too. Yeah, it's actually just starting to get a bit heavier, so we'll see what happens here. So Clark, bowling to Williams. Pushes that forward, gets through the gap there between point and cover. There is a sweeper though, so they're coming back for 2. Well ran there by the Pythons. I'm not sure if they saw that deep cover sweeper. I certainly didn't. Matthew Hiriot out there at deep cover gets that in. 2 more into the total. And takes Williams on to 18. 1 for a 33.
Thanks, legend.
Yeah, mate. Good. Lee Williams got the textbook out now. Nice figure 9, getting his foot out to the ball, reaching the line of the ball, being in control of the shot. Just got a very fine drizzle. The umpires haven't made any movement yet, so they're okay with things. And I know, having talked to them before the game, they're going to do everything in their power to make sure this game gets maximum opportunity to get a full completion. Williams facing Jack Clark.
Ooh.
He's had a whack at that, tried to hit that to the Glendale Super Centre, but didn't.
I've missed your commentary. Whack to the Glendale Super Centre.
Well, if he got something on it, actually, what's that angle? Looks more like Bullaroo out there. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Where are we? Okay, Jack Clark. His first over here. Lee Williams. Been there from ball 1. Away there to cover.
I think that's a better length. What he can't afford to be is short. There's only, 2-3 fielders on the leg side, all up inside the circle. So if Lee Williams and Jared Moxey, for that case, gets a sniff of anything short, they'll be jumping all over it.
Oh, it's cut him in half. That's a great delivery. I know we're on a third man angle here, but that looked like an absolute peach.
Pretty good contest here at the moment.
11 overs, 1 for 33.
Let's hope the rain stays away and we get a full game in. It's Jason Everly is just behind us here. He'll have a massive role to play with ball in hand later.
New South Wales State Representative Jason Everly. He's looking to add to his silverware collection today.
Have a pretty big cabinet, I would have thought by now.
I think it's more a storage container. 4x4x4.
Oh, that's an excellent comment. 3 Basin Suns playing today, which is excellent.
Gonna
That's
come
what
on,
it's
have a
all
quick
about.
chat, Jace? Oh. Okay, so what's happening at this end? Osama Radford. He bowled his first over, went for 2. Bit of a move around the field here, got a short cover, and that's where that wicket was taken, the first wicket. To push to short cover, and if the ball's not coming on, Jared Moxey on strike. He's reached at that, hasn't really moved his feet, no wide call.
It's interesting the keeper's up to the stumps too.
Yeah, well, if Jared's used to batting out of his crease, that might put him off the touch. He's 3 off 18. Now, I don't think Jared's the sort of guy who'll let things get to him. Who's very.
That's not going to bother him at all. And I think it's smart play, particularly with a bit of water moisture in the wicket. The Waterboard are bowling pretty tidily as well. As that one's a full toss. And
that's yours, Jace. Full toss.
I just wonder, is that going to pull up?
Yeah,
I think it will. That's just a massive indication of how things are going. I mean,
chase that out there. The mid-wicket fence was a full toss. Jared, to his credit, he just tried to keep it down. He didn't try to hit it too hard. And I mean, normally that would have rocketed away for 4 here. If that's 2.
You just see Jacob Rip on there drying the ball, so it would have got a lot of moisture on it too, which will make it difficult to hold on to.
Yeah, we just had that little misty shower, and I think it's still sort of happening.
That's good bit of keeping as well up to the stumps.
Yeah, it's Jake Miller up keeping there, and a good set of hands, and he'll be a very similar role to Lee Williams at the top of the order. He likes to get on with things early, and with the power play, be interesting to see how he approaches things should the weather allow us to get there. As Jared Moxey defends that just back down the wicket there for no run. 1 for 35 here in the 12th over.
And our hour. Yeah, good.
So yeah. So what else would you be doing today, Dave, if you weren't here commentating the Division 1 Grand Final?
Sleeping. If I'm being honest.
Sharp and to the point.
Yeah.
Tidy over there by Radford.
It's still going, is it? I thought you called over.
Yeah, I ran out of fingers. Let's have another one. Give me another one. Yeah, hey, Play HQ says it's 11.5, so I was wrong, David. I was wrong. Textbook defence there. Dots out that over. Nice over there from Radford, only going for 2. 12 overs completed. The Port Stephens Pythons, this year's minor premiers, 1 for 35.
I thought they were calling for you.
I thought they were calling out for water. I'm thinking there's enough outfit out there.
I thought they were calling Saundo, but it was sawdust.
Mate, there's more chance of, I don't know what, than me going out there for a game of cricket.
You just
sawdust, that will come in handy, because those bowling...
Well, Dan's receiving some
very,
very humorous fan mail.
It looks like I need to go out and buy a kennel. Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now I understand. Merry Christmas. Very good. I'll try to stay away from my phone for the rest of the afternoon. I think they might be... Good to see there's people watching the live stream today. Fantastic. We're not wasting our time here at Pasterfield.
Well, touch wood at the moment. It's clearly it's still going. Anyway, Jack Clark, and that's been, well, tried to driven through the offside by Williams. Just mentioning things you'd be doing. Yesterday was a fairly busy day as well. Obviously that rain on Friday didn't help things, but yeah. That rain on Friday didn't help things, but it was good to see, particularly with the Suburban District's point of view, Divisions 2 to 8 run and 1. Got to see a few of those games yesterday. That's a wide by Jack Clark. Yeah, Div 2 was played here yesterday. Warners Bay taking on Port Pythons again, and Warners Bay getting the job done on that occasion. So again, shout out to guys here at Pasterfield, the Williams crew, getting the job done here and having it ready again for play today. Big appeal. Phil Baldwin had to think about that one, but shook his head. It's difficult for us to see on the angle that we're on, but maybe a fraction leg side. But again, tidy stuff here from Clark. Again, only one fielder out, and that's the sweeper. I'm going to say probably more of an extra cover sweeper, not all the way on the boundary, and they've seen the balls travel through the outfield, haven't really reached the boundary at all.
Very impressed with how the Waterboard have approached the start of this innings. They've been very economical. Saying that, Williams and Moxey, they're playing smart. They're trying to see off the new ball. They're not playing any silly shots. Like Lee's had a couple of swings, but that's how he approaches his game. When it comes off, it accelerates the run rate. Jack Clark charging in here from the southern end. Shot. Leading edge though. They'll get at least 2. I think 2 is all it'll be. Jacob Rip on the skipper, chasing and throwing that back in. 2 more onto the total, 1 for 38. I'll bring up some results from yesterday. Of course, divisions 2 through 8 in the suburban districts. Well, yeah, it's a drinks break or a sawdust break. So while this is happening, get some Play HQ up here on the phone. So Division 2 yesterday, the grand final was actually played here at Pasterfield Oval, and it was the Port Stephens Pythons versus Warners Bay, and Warners Bay came out victorious with a 40-run victory over the Port Stephens Pythons. And well done to Steve Grimshaw and the boys. I think Luke Bradley, the skipper of that team, Dave.
Yep.
Grimmy, he's winning trophies for fun. I think that's his third one. Number of won 3 in 5 years in the suburban districts competition across various grades. We'll get some stats up there. Division 3 was won by the mighty Katara Hornets. They had a big victory there. Out there at Gateshead. That game was moved due to the weather. I think all games from Div 3 to Div 8 were transferred to synthetic. Oh, beautiful shot. It's the shot of the morning. That's the second boundary. Beautiful stroke there through the covers. Radford just wide of off stump. And Jared Moxie with another one of those signature cover drives. Beautiful stroke there. 4 onto the total. Nice start to the 14th over for the Pythons. Takes them to 1 for 42. Bradford in again to Moxie. Reaches for it, pushes that wide.
He's just lent on that.
So there's another couple here at least. Just taking the 2 comfortably there. Good start to this over. 6 from it. This is possibly the most runs scored in an over thus far today, and we're only 2 balls into this over. We're going to that Division 2 grand final that was played here yesterday. Warners Bay batted first, scored 6 for 148, and they dismissed the Port Stephens Pythons for 108. So the Warners Bay Div 2 premiers, minor major premiers in Division 2. As I mentioned, in Division 3, Katara, they wrapped up the Division 3 premiership with a pretty convincing 86-run victory over the Gardens Falcons. And here, how these was impressive bowling figures in a final, Dave. Lachlan Wright, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 18.
Yeah, he bowled very well.
Oh, misfield there.
Pretty good team, that Div 3 Katara side. I think Sam Gilmore played in that team as well.
Yeah, Dave Mitchell has been a great bowler for the last 2 decades,
I was
even
about
more.
To say,
I don't want to say too many decades because I
remember facing him about 10 years ago in B grade, and he just nicked me off for fun. It was just, I
was playing ARs back in the late 90s against him, and he was a friggin' handful back then too. But well done to Katara winning. Is that carried?
No, it's good fielding.
So Division 3 Katara 86-run victory over the Gardens. In Division 4, Warners Bay, it must have been a big night down there at Warners Bay last night. They had a 97-run victory over Beresfield Memorial. Warners Bay 9 for 221, and then Beresfield Memorial all out for 124. Imagine the bar takings at Warners Bay Tavern would have been pretty impressive last night.
I'm sure there would have been.
In Division 5, well, I know Waratah Mayfield, they won Division 5 and Division 6.
Both against Adamstown.
Scores haven't been entered here in the system, but they defeated the Adamstown Dukes in Division 5. So well done to Waratah Mayfield there.
I can tell you in Division 5 that Adamstown made 104, and Waratah chased them down with 4 wickets lost.
So a 6-wicket victory. In Division 6, Adamstown Slashers all out for 111, and then Waratah Mayfield chased that down inside 25 overs, 4 wickets down. So Waratah Mayfield winning Division 6 by 6 wickets. So they are premiers there in Division 5, Division 6. In Division 7, the mighty Stockton and Northern Seagulls had a impressive 7-wicket victory over Wallsend RSL. Wallsend batting first, 138 all out, and Stockton getting the runs 3 down inside 27 overs. This is a very impressive run chase. And just having a look there, Lee Osmond top scoring with 69, and Ethan Kopek carried his bat for 42, not out. And in Division 8, the mighty Katara Hornets had a big victory as well. So
the Black
Katara,
Butt would
Warners
have been
Bay
rocking,
and Waratah Mayfield all won 2 premierships yesterday.
so the only outlier was
Stockton.
Yep.
Yeah, Katara batting first, 7 for 175, then dismissing the club Charlestown Bin Chickens for 81, a 94-run victory to the Katara Hornets. So well done to all teams winning premierships yesterday. Commiserations to those teams who made the grand final and didn't, finish second. Unfortunately, in grand finals, one team has got to walk away empty-handed. But well done to all teams playing finals. Well done to all umpires who officiated games yesterday in suburban districts. And congratulations to everyone, on what's been a great 2024-25 season. Suburban districts growing and growing by the season. We'll have a look at NDCA first through fourth grade results shortly. And great shot there through the covers. Another smoking cover drive by Jared Moxie. I think it's fair to say he's got his eye in, Dave.
That one's gone all the way to the fence. So, yep, lovely shot there from Moxie.
Beautiful stroke there. He's already now up to 16. Williams is 20. The total now 1 for 49. Midway through the 15th over. And again, once you get your eye in and you've got wickets in the shed, you can start to look at accelerating. And we're just waiting for the ball to put away. It's Clark.
Oh, he's done it again. He's just whipped that one off his pads. Don't know if it'll go all the way. It's plugged out there. Again, that's probably the wetter side out there. So 2 more to the Moxie tally.
Brings up the 50. Python's 50. Python's 50 brought up there in 88 deliveries. There's some quick maths for you. Someone's alarm's going off here in Cameron Park. Okay, so Moxie back on strike once again. He's now on 18. Jack Clark bowling for the southern end here at Pasterfield Oval. Oh, he's looking to be aggressive now. Well fielded there at point. That Michael Rippon? Jacob Rippon. That was Jacob, the skipper, leading by example. Yeah, it'd be remiss not to talk about a magnificent innings yesterday in the Newcastle District Cricket Association first grade grand final in there at number 1 sports ground, Wallsend versus Merriweather.
Ooh, big appeal. Was there a bit of bat there? I thought I heard 2 noises. Sorry, Dan, you were talking about Nathan Price's marathon innings yesterday.
206 not out in a total of 5 for 400. That was the score at stumps in first grade. You would suggest that's going to be a very tough run chase for the Merriweather Lions. And play was due to kick off at 11 o'clock. So the first over was a maiden. So they have got underway. So they've got 90 overs to score 401. 4.5 and over. So Aaron Wivel, a runner ball 46 at the top of the order. Josh Pettigrew 26. Daniel McGovern 16. Jacob Montgomery, the skipper, scored 48. Callum Gabriel 6. Ryan Brooks, a runner ball 45 not out. Well, 45 off 55. And yeah, Nathan Price 206 not out off 238 deliveries. And Wallsend, they won the comp 2 years ago against Stockton.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And this is Wallsend's centenary year, their 100-year anniversary, and they're going to be hard-pressed not to be taking the first grade trophy. Back to the Colliery Inn later this afternoon. We'll have a look at second grade. Merriweather had teams in all 5 grand finals, all 4 grade and the Development League. We said they won Development League earlier. We talked about that. In second grade, the writing's on the wall for them a bit too. If we look, that game due to kick off at midday, day 2. Stockton batted first, batted their 80 overs, 8 for 327. Another big first innings total, and in a final, that's just absolute gold. We look at Stockton, 41 to Benjamin Whitty, Keith Moody, 67, 45 to Jamie Larson, impressive 111 to Lawrence Kelly. So Stockton are well in control of the second grade grand final, 8 for 327. It's played all around that. That was a tide shot there. I'll tell you what, they must be hoping drinks will be coming soon.
Almost thought he was nearly chopping that on.
He just played all around that. 1 for 51, couple of balls remaining here in the 16th over. Williams will want to get to drinks. Last thing they want to do is send a brand new batsman out over before drinks on a deck that still looks like it's doing a bit. Where were we, Dave? Third grade. The third grade grand final. It stumps on day 1. Just finding it here. So this was Merriweather versus Waratah Mayfield, and Waratah Mayfield has nearly achieved victory. Merriweather were all out for 101. Oh,
that's a great
see ball, hit ball. It's not going to go.
Signature shot from Williams, though. That's any hint of a ball being fractionally short, he'll jump all over and he'll complete the second run.
Waratah Mayfield, they bowled Merriweather out for 101. They're 1 for 74 at stumps. So they got, 70 overs to peel off 28 runs with 9 wickets in hand. You'd think if play gets underway at Waratah Oval,
they should get the job done there.
I wonder if they get those runs really quick, whether they'll be forced to play on and look for a second, or do you just get the runs and they can go home?
I don't know.
Play a certain amount of time on day 2. Again, anyone listening, Dave Redden, feel free to
He'd
correct
know.
me.
He'd 100% know.
Now, Merriweather in a great position in 4th grade. They batted first yesterday at Carl Oval, 7 for 214 from their 70 overs. So a very defendable total, just over 3 and over. Waratah Mayfield are the opponents there as well. So that's a wrap-up of grand finals in senior cricket played yesterday across the Newcastle District Cricket Association. So here at Pasterfield Oval, after 16 overs, the Port Pythons are 1 for 53 and the change of bowling has happened. And I believe this is Michael Rippon bowling right arm leg spin. He'll get a couple of overs in here before drinks.
I was about to say that. I thought they might turn to him just before drinks.
Yeah, it's smart. No, that's right. They play 20 and 20. That's right. But still got 4 overs till drinks.
That was a bit of a false start.
There's the signature jump. Tosses that up there. Full toss.
Toss.
He's got it. Through the field there, but there's a sweeper out there at mid-wicket. So that's a single there to Moxie. Single to the Pythons.
There was 2 fielders out now. 1 at long on as well. So again, Waterboard still trying to keep the field up. No sweeper on the cover boundary.
Pace off the ball there. Not as much flight, but not as much pace as well. He does mix things up very well, Michael Rippon, I must say. It's interesting to see how Williams approaches this close to the interval. Rippon in again to Lee Williams.
Oh, big full toss. Found some space.
We'll take a couple. Again, hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard, just punch it into the gap. Another 2 more onto the total. Takes Pythons along 1 for 58. Midway through the 17th over. little misty showers vanish, and yeah, those black clouds look like to have vanished as well. Just looks like a...
Looked like it went down.
Oh, quicker ball.
He's played that with some hard hands, but we'll still get a single.
Michael Rippon now. This is Jared Moxey.
On slower.
He changes up his pace, changes up his flight. It's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I wonder how difficult it is for the spinners to grip this ball. I wonder how wet it actually is out there. It looks pretty good, the outfield at the moment, but just seen the towels out a little bit. They've been working on the ball, trying to keep it dry, so spinners love that. You want to be able to grip the ball.
Well, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Dave?
Spinning, unfortunately, I wish I did.
Having a good grip on the balls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very funny. At the end,
as a leg spinner, you need to be able to get as much purchase and grip on that ball.
At the end of the over, 17 gone, 1 for 57 is the score. Thank you, Daniel.
I think you might have misinterpreted me, Dave.
Yes, well, I know as a leg spinner myself, I'll attempted to bowl leg spinner myself. It can be difficult when the ball's wet, and you just saw a couple of full tosses in that over for Rippon, who's normally his accuracy is spot on. You know, it does become a little bit difficult to grip that ball when it's wet.
It's Bradford in again, and we said earlier, Miller keeping up to the stumps, clean set of hands there. So 17 overs, 1 for 57, 3 overs till the drinks break. Going through the bowlers' figures here, James Earl, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. A great job at the start of the innings. And 5 of those 7 runs were wides. Jacob Rippon, skipper, 4 overs, no wicket for 19. Osama Radford starting his 5th over. He has no wicket for 13. Jack Clark, 3 overs, no wicket for 12. And last over, Michael Rippon's first over, going for 4 runs. 1 for 57 here in the 18th over. We are at Pasterfield Oval. Bring you a live stream, the Newcastle District Cricket Association's YouTube channel. Division 1 Suburban District's grand final between the Port Stephens Pythons and the Waterboard Cricket Club, part of West District Cricket Club. That was straight down the leg side. Lee Williams got bat on that. 2 more onto the total. Takes them to 59. The umpires today, currently at the bowler's end, is Graham Bruce. Officiating at the southern end is Philip Baldwin.
And 2 very good umpires as well. Something we've seen a lot over the weekend, quality of umpiring, and it's what we want to see. We want to see umpires, well, officiating game. We want to see more umpires, really.
Well, I think the reason we're getting plenty of umpires in suburban districts, especially because it's not only the quality of cricket, but the discipline of the players. They behave. They don't turn up and treat it like a pub comp. I know other competitions might struggle to get umpires, and it's great to see so many male and female umpires here too of the Newcastle District Cricket Association. It's fantastic. And well done to the Newcastle District Cricket Umpires Association for all their fixturing throughout the year. Kieran Knight and the team do a fantastic job. And again, the games just don't go on without umpires, so we've got to treasure them.
Ooh, that's a very nice ball, very full. I thought it was going to be a full toss there for a second, but it dropped pretty quickly. Well played in the end by Williams.
I just think back over the decades and wish I'd been a bit nicer to them.
That would have been entertaining to watch back through the decades.
Sure, there's some black and white reels floating around. Radford to Williams. Ooh, interesting stroke.
You play that one with soft hands though, so it went down. End of another over. What's the score there, Dan?
Don't know. 61. 1 for 61 off 18 overs. Bit of a glare here on the screen due to the overcast conditions. Lee Williams is 29. Jared Moxey is 19. Tyron Everly, the dismissed batsman, for 3. Sundry's 10. 1 for 61. They've set a very good platform here. They can go into drink still only having lost 1 wicket. The Pythons are in a very good position to set themselves a target they'd be confident of defending. Waterboard, they'd love a breakthrough here before drinks.
Yeah, absolutely. And turning to one of their key strike weapons, Michael Rippon, I tend to recall that final 2 years ago at Fane Oval where he was the destroyer of the Python's top order in that particular fixture. He claimed 3 in that occasion. I think one of them was Josh Moxey from memory.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been too difficult.
I think he's slated to come in next, isn't he? Number 4, Josh Moxey.
I would imagine so. It'd be interesting again with these conditions what the Pythons do with their batting order, and a lot of that may determine on whether a wicket falls this side of drinks. Oh, pace right off the ball there. Might have been the wrong end. It looked like it must have come back.
Moxey looking to come down as well, and then just went back on the back foot and let that one go. Watching the ball very closely at the moment. This time he does get to drive. It should only be a single.
Apparently Grant Garland was another one of those wickets that Michael Rippon took there when he went through the Pythons like Epsom salts there a couple of years ago. Great to see Grant watching along on the live stream, and everyone who's joining us for the live stream today. I hope you're enjoying the vision. We'll try and keep it as interesting and entertaining for you whilst letting the cricket hopefully do most of the talking. Rippon to Williams.
Full toss.
Ball, gets it through. Well fielded. Great diving effort there. Great piece of fielding there by Sama Radford. A right-handed person probably wouldn't have got that. It was on his left side. He was fully outstretched. His left hand scraped that in. No, they get a run there?
Yeah, they got a single.
Quicker ball. Moxie picked that too.
Yeah, it was flatter into the wicket as well. So really trying to mix things up. Moxie again looking, both of these guys are looking fairly comfortable. I'm just trying to think the partnership is developing nicely here. Williams 25 not out.
29.
29, I can't read. And Moxie 21, as that one's just played into the covers for another dot delivery. And another completion to the over, so it is 1 for 63, I believe.
Off 19 overs. Looks like Player HQ is having a bit of an intermission.
You might have to refresh it.
Can't even see where my mouse is. So Pat Loughran's going to bowl the 20th over. An interesting play. I think this is a very smart play by the Waterboard, giving 1 over before drinks to try and change things up. Pythons will be looking just to get through this over. Lee Williams is 30. Jared Moxey is 20. A wicket here, it'll be a drinks break if a wicket falls. And I think they're going to look to maybe see if they can buy a wicket here. Deep long on, dropping back. There's a deep cover on the fence. Deep forward square. So there's 3 out on the fence. The question is
plenty of singles on offer if the Pythons want them.
And it's left arm over too. It'll be interesting to see whether Williams will just punch into the gaps, whether he'll take him on. Full toss. I wonder if that's over waist high.
Doesn't look like there was any signal there from umpire Baldwin.
Nothing at the bowler's end, so it's just a single.
It's probably
we're all caught up here. 19.1 overs, 1 for 64.
Perfect time to bring Loughran on here just before drinks.
It's interesting, actually. It looks like he's about to enter his delivery stride, then he takes another step before.
Absolutely. Can he do a job for his team here and break this partnership that's starting to look rather ominous here for the Port Stephens Pythons? These two are well set.
Wall's End cricket legend Kieran O'Toole's on the stream, and he's enjoying the vision as well. Calling things as he sees them, and pretty accurately too. As Pat Loughran looking to get through this over without too much damage here for the Waterboard. 1 for 65. 3 balls till drinks.
That's well bowled. Very well bowled. Nice and full. Williams can't pierce the offside. It's a good start here from Lachlan.
Can't believe it's the rain's just holding off. I don't want to jinx it, but
Well, it looks like it's moved around so far, but there's some more grey clouds out there. So for everybody involved, we can get through this game. It's pitched up and Williams driving down the ground. Looking to bowl it really full here is Lachlan. Doing a pretty tidy job so far. Looks like there's going to be a change in the field now. Extra man coming onto the onside into regulation mid-wicket. Long on has now gone to mid-on. That one's driven nicely. Full toss.
I'll get a couple here. The sweeper running around to cut that off from the boundary. Was it going to get there? Oh, well fielded. Sliding, diving front effort there along the belly there. Brought that infielder there, helped him recover the ball. That's a great piece of fielding.
He had to slide for a couple of metres there to stop it from going to the boundary.
Well, it's a good thing it was a bit dewy out there because that helped him along. Otherwise, it might have gone to the fence. That is drinks here in the Division 1 Suburban Districts Grand Final between the Port Stephens Pythons and the Waterboard Cricket Club. The Pythons, they won the toss, elected to bat first after 20 overs, 1 for 67. Lee Williams not out 33. Jared Moxey not out 21. Tyron Everly was out for 3 off 10 balls, caught by Michael Rippon in the covers, or short cover off James Earl. 10 extras, 1 for 67. The bowling stats, Dave?
Oh, thank you, Dan. Put me on the spot there. Led by James Earl. What magnificent figures these are. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. 5 of those are wide, so he bowled beautifully up front. The skipper, Jacob Rippon, bowled his 4 overs, none for 19. Radford bowled 5 overs, none for 17. Clark's had 3 overs. Michael Rippon just the 2. And Patrick Lochran has just bowled the 1. So, yeah, interestingly poised at the moment here, Dan.
If you were if you were Jacob Rippon, would you be happy having Pythons 1 for 67 off 20 in these conditions? Or would you rather be Josh Moxey and be 1 for 20, 1 for 67 off 20 at drinks batting first?
Oh, look, I think, we've always said in finals, runs on the board's pretty crucial, scoreboard pressure and things like that. I think if you've got a good platform like that, the batting side would certainly be happy, but knowing Waterboard, they wouldn't be too disappointed either because the scoring hasn't been out of control. They've kept things really tidy, so they'll be saying to themselves in the change room, a couple of wickets here, add 2 wickets, 10 runs onto the scorecard, it changes things again. So I just think it's really evenly poised. Pythons have a great platform, but we know the Waterboard, they'll keep fighting, and it should be a really good grand final here, Dan.
Yeah, I think being 1 down puts the Pythons in front here. I think I'd rather be 1 down with 20 overs up my sleeve and being able to dictate setting a total. A couple of quick wickets after drinks, but that turns that all around. I might leave you with this, Dave. I'm going to go out and have a quick look at the wicket, and I'll report back when we return from the drinks break.
All right, we'll have a quick break and we'll be
Welcome back here to Pasterfield Oval, the scene of the Newcastle District Cricket Association Suburban Districts Division 1 Grand Final. Port Stephens Pythons v Waterboard Cricket Club. The Pythons, they won the toss, elected to bat first, and at drinks, 1 for 67. Lee Williams, 33 not out from 68 balls. Jared Moxey, 21 not out from 42 balls. About to get back underway here at Pasterfield Oval. Umpires Philip Baldwin at the bowler's end, Graham Bruce at the other end, square leg. He's looking after the northern end here of Pasterfield Sporting Complex. My name is Dan Saunders. David Absalom joining me, bringing you the live stream and commentary here of the Newcastle District Cricket Association Suburban Districts Division 1 Grand Final. Michael Rippon has ball in hand. He had a couple of overs before drinks. He has no wicket for 6 from 2 overs. Here he comes into Jared Moxey. And Moxey straight away gets that away, pierces the field. They'll come back for 2. Easy 2 in the end. Makes the total on to 1 for 69. 1 ball into the 21st over. Is this on? Still muted or?
Turned it on.
Wasn't sure if I was talking to myself there or not. Great stuff. Jared Moxey facing Michael Rippon. Tosses it up big time there. Back down the ground. Mid-on gets around to field that though. Well fielded. 1 more onto the total. 1 for 70.
And what was the sense you got from a few of the players out there, Dan? Seems like from players I ran into that everything's evenly poised at this point. Or reverse. Wow.
Interesting stroke. Play first up after drinks.
You reckon he'll enjoy seeing that on the
I did say to
box?
Lee to hit us a catch, but I didn't think it'd be a reverse sweep. No, look, I didn't get to talk to too much out there. It was more a bit of banter off the field than what was actually happening out there, but suffice to say, it's very evenly poised.
Oh, is there a chance here? Is there a chance? He's gone. Well, can you believe that? That's exactly what the Waterboard required. Lee Williams just chipping that one to mid-off. And that's another massive wicket for Waterboard. He batted really well, did Lee Williams. But he now has to depart. And the score is now 2 for 70. And Lee Williams has made 33, Dan.
Yeah, 33 from 70 deliveries. And again, just pushing at the ball, not having a red-hot crack at it. Well, I nearly said red-hot pie there. A red-hot crack at that, and Lee Williams, the second Pythons wicket to be taken here by the Waterboard. Michael Rippon, he took a catch earlier. He's got his first wicket. We'll just confirm who took the catch there in the covers. But the Port Stephens Pythons are now 2 for 70. And that to me looks like their captain, Josh Moxey, coming out. It'll be easy to pick this pair apart because he's a left-hander and about a foot taller.
Well, interesting phase of the game now. Pythons with those two set would want to have kept those two out there for a while, develop that partnership. Now Waterboard's just open up and end. That's precisely what they wanted after drinks. Lee Williams just chipping that one to mid-off. So Josh Moxey, well, he's got time to get himself set, because as we've seen so far, it's not overly easy starting on this wicket. Michael Rippon, he's just got a bit of energy. He gets a wicket, it certainly gets his tail up. So Moxey, there's standard field for Rippon. He's got 1 at long on. So the captain gets a clap, something I definitely enjoy seeing. The opposition clapping the captain as they walk in.
Osama Radford took that catch in the covers. So Lee Williams, 33 from 70, 1-4.
Was it mid-off, wasn't it?
Whatever. Mid-off, what does it say? I thought it was cover. It was a wide mid-off.
Somewhere over there.
Yeah, you're right, just the angle I'm on. Apologies, Dave, as usual, you're right.
Thank you. No, it doesn't happen often, that's for sure.
Right, So now Rippon will have to mix things up because he's going to a left-right combination. So where he gets his line and pitches things now. Number 37 there, Josh Moxey, also the honorary secretary of the Newcastle District Cricket Association. And these brothers have batted together many times across many seasons in a number of different competitions, and quite the success. But their team will want a big partnership from them here if they're going to set a target to worry the Waterboards. It's the Waterboard who got some depth. Obviously they're lacking Mitch Cronin, but you've got plenty of batting power out there. But the focus, firstly, they want to take 10 wickets. They've got 2. Coming back after drinks. Jared will need to reset. Josh Moxey has shown throughout the season that he can anchor an innings and the team can bat around him, and I dare say he will look to bat through to the 40th over and the team to score and accelerate around him. 2 for 70 after 21 overs. Now, will Loughran go again? His first over went for 4 just before drinks, and no, it is a change of bowler. Got right arm over the wicket. So that was just a little ploy before drinks. I think it was a smart ploy. It didn't pay off. They only went for 4. They didn't get the wicket they were looking for.
He bowled a tidy over though, did Loughran. But here he had his big job to do, both bat and ball today.
That'll be a no ball.
Yep, and called straight away. And Jared said, "Thank you, I won't take a single, I'll just face the free hit."
Okay, so run 1 onto the total. The loosener there by Hiriot, a waist-high full toss, which means Jared Moxey gets a free hit off this. He can't be dismissed, and the field cannot move as far as they can't move positions. So
sensible ploy too, because he's the batsman that's set. It's the best one to take the free hit. And he's taken full toll. That's a magnificent shot. Saundo's going to...
I went to get it, but the fielder there.
I didn't see him there.
No, me either. Little double O there.
Well, he's done
Nathan
well.
Dunshee fielding that, coming around from the square leg boundary to the deep mid wicket. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to fetch that.
Yeah, I saw you there moving rather swiftly, getting your headphones off and moving around and try and get it, but well fielded there by Dunshee. Ooh, and there's length that Moxey likes. Can't hit it, but it'll have to be re-bowled there by Hiriot. Feels rather pleasant here at the moment, a little bit of breeze blowing. Coolish conditions. Certainly at the back end of the summer season, start of autumn here. So that one's worked away the fine leg area by Jared Moxey. Rippon will do the fielding. The left-hander comes on strike. Getting the field sorted here. Slips coming into play for Josh Moxey. Gully in play as well. The offside stacks for Josh Moxey. That short cover fielder Michael Rippon's in there as well. Ooh, and a flick back by Hiriot, but well backed up the fielder at mid-on. We've stacked that offside field there for Josh Moxey.
Starting to pick up here, Dave.
Yep. Hiriot comes in again. That one's missed by Miller on this occasion, who's standing up to the stumps for Matt Hiriot as well. We saw him do that for Radford too and kept very well. There hasn't been too many buys that have been let through this morning.
Once again, I want to give a big shout out to the Carter-Pullery District Cricket Club, and especially Jeff and Daniel Williams for everything they've done here to get this fixture happening today.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a lovely delivery, and again...
Beat everyone. Could be an overthrow here. Oh, well backed up. A loose
I'm
throw
just
there.
saying how well Jake Miller had been keeping. 2 buys in a row. Not easy standing up to the stumps, and here he is, not express, but he's certainly not slow. He's bowling, pretty sharp.
Well, and he hasn't quite found his length, and having to bowl to a left-right combination, first over up, and we saw that first ball looseness. So he's
Miller's
just gotta find
gone
his
back
line.
now. Miller's gone back for Hiriat now. And that will complete another over. Score, Dan, is 2 for 77 off 22.
Exactly 3.5 and over. So if they continue at that run rate, 140, I'd say they want a few more than that.
It's hard to know what a decent score is here, because we're not sure if the sun's going to come out, or if things are going to dry up a little bit. There's a little bit of rain I can feel, Dan. Can you feel that?
I can't, but I can see it. It's a bit misty.
I don't think that's going to bother the umpires at this stage, but it's just starting to pick up a little bit.
It was heavier earlier, on about the 8th or 9th over, I thought, and they didn't even look to be signalling.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign. Okay, so rip on. Tosses up to Jared
Oh,
Moxey.
big appeal,
Played
big
across the
appeal.
line. Ooh. Umpire Baldwin had a good long think about it.
And again, we can't really tell from here because of the angle that we're on. But gee, it looked, if it was pretty straight, it was very close.
Well, I guess I'm shit. Okay, that is starting to blow in under here a bit. We might have to cover up our electronics here. Shot by Mopsy.
Good running there, picks up a couple. As I'm sure Dan's probably got towels or umbrellas or something to protect our stuff here.
Plastic bags.
Richie Benno never had to put up with this, did he?
No, he didn't.
So rip on in again. Certainly found a little bit of energy now, getting that wicket. Hopefully this rain just passes through. Certainly starting to pick up a little bit.
The wind's blowing it this way right onto us.
Lovely bowling again there by Ripon. He's bowling a nice spell here after drinks. He's certainly got his tail up, got that wicket of Lee Williams. Wrapped Jarrah Moxey on the pads as well. So certainly trying to inspire his team here, get a bit of that energy lifted as the rain's starting to get a lot heavier now.
They're going to come off.
That's swept by Moxey, swept hard. And it's swept for at least 2. And it looks like the rain's getting a little bit too heavy, so the players will leave the field. I'm just feeling the rain at the moment. Might actually not last too long, here's hoping.
Take a break.
So as the players leave the field, we'll take a short break. Covers are coming on here at Pasterfield, and hopefully we'll be back with live play shortly. Checking audio. Checking audio. Checking audio. Checking audio.
We're back.
We're back.
Welcome back to Pasterfield Oval, Division 1 Suburban District's grand final between the Port Stephens Pythons and the Waterboard Cricket Club. We just had a little over a 2-hour rain delay, but play has recommenced here. And again, fantastic work here. The groundsman, the super soaker. Gee, aren't those things worth their weight in gold? But we are into the 24th over here. We're second over back in play. Josh Moxey on strike. Kept low. The wicket, it's in very good condition considering the rain we've had here. It basically rained for the best part of an hour and 45 minutes between showers, a little bit of drizzle, a couple of heavy downpours. The covers were on though. Both teams did exceptionally well to make sure that pitch was covered. This is the final ball of the 24th over. Matthew Hiriot. Oh, Moxey's been hit in front. Big stride down the wicket. Umpire Bruce says not out. 24 overs completed here. And the Port Stephens Pythons, 2 for 88. Now we're led to believe at this stage, having spoken to the umpires, that no overs have been lost due to the early start time of 10 o'clock. They're going to try and maximise. But I believe if there's any stoppages moving forward, overs will start to be deducted from the match. David Absalom joining Dan Saunders here. And Dave, I think, quite frankly, I didn't think we'd get back on.
No, neither did I. The Frog Box didn't want to get on there for a while either, but we're back, so let's see how we go. But yeah, kudos, captains, umpires, everybody. Like, everyone's doing their best effort to try and get this game played and finished off. So well done to all involved there, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. There is some concerns about the run-ups, probably from this end. Ripon bowling from the other end. Yeah, excellent that we're back on and playing, and hopefully no more interruptions.
Yeah, we're looking out towards sort of Glendale, Cardiff. It's quite hazy. It's clearly raining out there. It's going to be interesting.
Big full toss there from Ripon, and that's been dispatched. One bounce. I believe it's one bounce over the rope for 4. Jared Moxey takes full toll of that. And it has been called a 4, so great shot there from Jared Moxey. And again, that ball just might be a little bit hard to grip there for the spinners. Hard to grip for anyone. Certainly not difficult for the bat of Jared Moxey.
Let's put that to the fence. Takes him along to 33 now. Just making sure this is all right today. 2 for 92. Midway through the 25th over. Ripon. Got through onto the back leg. No, not umpire Baldwin says not out. Yeah, look, I'm not even going to try and guesstimate what a total. I mean, they're just going to bat their 40, but only 2 down, 15 overs remaining. They've certainly got a great platform. And it's going to be hard batting here in the second innings.
100%. Ripon ripping through his overs as well. Very quickly, back to his mark. Again, that's down the leg side. I don't know if he's got any bat on that. He might do. No, oh no, leg by. So it brings Moxey, the other Moxey, on to strike. Captain Moxey. Again, the offside comes up. Fielder goes back deep mid-wicket for the left-hander. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That one looked like it skidded on as well, beating Moxey's outside edge.
And as well as the wickets held up, I'd imagine that he was going to skid on out there still. Yep. I think the spinners, Jason Everly's going to be near unplayable in the second part of this match if we can get to it. But the Pythons still got... Captain Jacob Ripon's still got 4 overs up his sleeve. That was Michael Ripon's just finished his 5th over. Hughes just gone into slow motion mode. Actually, no, it's the scorers are in slow motion mode. So at the end of 25 overs, Pythons 2 for 94. Going Matthew Hiriot again. 2 overs, no wicket for 12. Well, over either side of the rain delay, and it's just starting to pick up again.
Well, if we ignore it, it won't exist.
Okay.
Here's Hiriot bowling to Jared Moxey, who drives through the covers.
Beautiful stroke. Get at least 2. Great stroke there by Moxey. Jared Moxey takes him along to 39. It's well set. He was pacing there pretty much the whole 2 hours they were off. Just wanted to get back out there.
He's just
Didn't take his pads off the whole time either.
But he's just a joy to watch, isn't he? Like, in this competition, he's got to be right up there and one of the better batters going around.
Certainly one of the most consistent. Wide there. Umpire Bruce gets the wings out. Another one onto the total.
As we mentioned earlier, it feels like about 4 or 5, 6, 10 hours ago. The way he drives the ball through the covers is a joy to watch. Even when you're playing against him, you can admire how he drives. It's joy to watch. Just the timing that he puts on that ball. And on a dry day, that last shot would have gone to the boundary here. And he does it again. That's an even better shot. This time it's a little bit straighter through the mid-off area, and he'll come back for another 2. Lovely batting there from Jared Moxey.
Yeah, the Titans, they certainly did the hard work early, getting through that first 20 overs. I think the loss of that 1 wicket before drinks, and now they've got a great platform here. As we haven't lost any overs yet, 2 down with 15 to go. Well run there by the brothers, which bring up the 100. 100 up for the Pythons in 153 deliveries.
Josh Moxey caught him through there, so that was a very good call. Hiriot seems to be getting through the crease okay. We're concerned about this end, the run up, probably about where Graham Bruce is standing. It's pretty soft there, so for the quicker bowlers, not easy to bowl from that particular end. It looks like Hiriot's coping with it pretty well.
Josh had a bit of a swing there.
That was a loose stroke.
Interesting. I thought Josh might be the one who's going to look to anchor the innings, but he is the captain, and maybe decisions been made that if it's there, maybe they're thinking, well, this rain could come back. Maybe they want to get a skip along. It's hard batting first when there's rain interruptions. Team batting second certainly get the advantage of knowing exactly what the target will be, and I dare say Duckworth Lewis will come into it at some point should we get the second innings happening later today.
Ooh, quarter wide. Josh moved across his stumps there. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Well, I don't think Duckworth Lewis is in play at the moment because no overs have been lost. So, yeah, any further interruptions? It's well driven and well fielded by Matt Hiriot. Very good fielder off his own bowling. Very good fielder in general. Waterboard again looking to attack after the interruption. Slip in play for Josh Moxey. They've also got a fielder, I'm going to say deep mid-wicket. It's almost closer to a deep long on.
Good defence.
That's another over completed. 2 for 101.
I'm just wondering, we saw how well James Earl bowled at the beginning of the innings. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. I think there was only 1 scoring shot off the bat with 5 wides. He got hit for 2. Just thinking maybe it might be worth bringing him back into the attack, because he bowled so well in wet conditions at the start. He could bowl stump to stump. And I just think they don't want to leave those overs at the back end of the innings when the free-for-all's on. They need wickets now. They need to break this partnership. Ideally get a couple of new batsmen at the crease. Josh Moxey relatively new at the wicket, only 2 off 13. Jared Moxey holds the key to how big this innings could possibly get for the Pythons. But rip on, Michael coming in to start his 6th over. He has 1 for 18 off 5. Full there.
Shot.
He's nailed that. Is that probably going to get all the way it has?
Ooh, Has it?
No, he saved that. That's a great effort out there at square leg, backward square. He smoked it. He hit it on the full, sweeping it. He got all of it, but yeah, the outfield out there, that's still a bit damp, but I mean, in most grounds of this would be washed out. The drainage here is unbelievable. A great effort in the field.
Well, you just mentioned about boulders. I think Ripon is definitely a threat, particularly if he can skid the ball through. Like that. Big appeal, but stifled
massive
appeal.
Stride down the wicket.
That's going to be a key delivery for him. If he can skid it past the defences of these two batsmen, he's going to be difficult to play. So I think he's one threat, but I do agree about James Earl. And that's a full toss, and that's been hammered. That should go all the way, and I believe it has. Very good batting from Jared Moxey. He now moves along to 47.
2 for 107, midway through the 27th over.
There's a bit of risk and reward with the wet ball skidding on. You can be susceptible, particularly leg spinners, of bowling full tosses. Jared Moxey keen on the sweep at the moment. Appeal, but Michael Ripon wasn't interested in that. It's very interesting cricket at the moment. And rain certainly put some interest in it as well. Here's Ripon again, this time a quicker one, and Jared Moxey nicely forward defends that one into the cover region.
Good to see plenty of chatter in the field from Waterboard. They're still motivated, still keen, which is good. Oh, Josh Moxey had a bit of trouble there, got stuck in the wicket. Oh, that could be a cause of concern. Imagine getting run out that way, just backing up and nearly slipping over.
Yeah, and potential of injuries and all sorts of different things there, but thankfully no harm done.
27 overs completed, 2 for 107, and already that run rate's 1 run shy of 4 and over. So getting back up to that 4 and over, where we said earlier, a score of about 140. Hard to know whether that is competitive, but I think 140 on the board in a final, especially with these conditions, you'd take it.
100%.
Persisting with Hiriot from the northern end. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 18. He's going for runner ball, and he's bowled 7 wides, which is a bit of a concern. Mind you, give him some leniency, because that bowling delivery area of the crease wouldn't be much fun underfoot. Full of ball on leg stump. Moxey's got that away. It's an easy 2 there. If Jared's keen, it's gone all the way. Josh Moxey hitting his first boundary of the innings, and he must have timed that beautifully, because that's the side of the wicket, especially where the covers went earlier, but maybe they didn't go out that far. Josh on to 6, Jared 47, and the Port Stephens Pythons are now, they call that Mulligan, 111?
Nelson.
Or
Nelson number, where David Shepherd used to do a little bit of a dance.
He was an odd cat, wasn't he?
He's Hiriot again. He's on the pads again and worked away by Moxey. Will that go all the way? Probably not. Ripon chasing hard.
Settle for 2.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's been a long day so far, but I'm glad that cricket's back up and going again. A lot of effort's been put in by a lot of people to try and get this going, so let's see it concluded. Looks like man's going back on the deep square leg boundary. That's a lovely delivery. Every now and then we just see balls like that are just almost unplayable. It's just been difficult for the bowlers, A, to get their run up, particularly from this end, and B, just to land it in a good position. We've seen a couple of full tosses already since the resumption.
Yeah, it would be difficult. Here it's doing a great job keeping his footing. Oh, he's launched into that. That's going to pull up. See how that slowed right up? Actually, he's going to get there just. Back-to-back boundaries to Josh Moxie. That's a beautiful shot there through the covers, and that actually was quicker than when we started play today. All of a sudden, 2 for 117. 2 balls remaining in the 28th over.
And timed that beautifully there, did Moxie. And I agree. I think probably need to try James Earl soon. And maybe Radford.
Honestly, I'd have spin at both ends. I'd have, where it's at now, I think I'd go back to the captain.
Yep.
It's not going to get to the fence, but they'll get an easy 2. But there's what.
I agree with you with spin, but I think they do have to look at the faster guys at some stage.
Well, Jacob Rippon's got 4 overs left. Michael Rippon has 2. I'd be bringing Earl. If Earl's not coming back, I'd be bringing him back after Rippon's spell. So I dare say they'll bowl Michael Rippon through, and then James Earl, and that would be the end they both bowled from. What you're going to find is, though, there'll be still 4 overs from that end. Actually, Jack Clark bowled 3 from there. So they're going to find themselves 1 over short from that end. If James Earl...
How many's Radford got left? 2?
Radford's still got 2. 3, sorry. That's assuming we don't lose any overs. It's a wide. It's a big over here for the Pythons.
How many offered so far? You haven't got
9. They've hit a 4, 2 2s, and then there's a wide.
Was there another 4 earlier in the over though?
No, it was 2 overs through.
The one where he hit.
So a 1-1-1. Actually, you're right, because so he had none for 18 off 3. No, it started the over with a 4, so it's 13 from the over. Sorry, I apologise. That took it to 1-1-1, that boundary. Sorry, it's just been such a long day. Even the overs are now starting to feel long. They were wearing white clothes, I'd swear, at a test match. 28 overs completed. The Port Stephens Pythons getting a wriggle along, 2 for 120. I said how they just hit 4 and over. Well, they're well over 4 and over now.
Yeah.
And 2 wickets down, they are in a very good place here in this grand final. Suburban Districts Division 1 grand final. Port Stephens Pythons v the Waterboard. They're the Ducks, aren't they? Their logo?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if they're actually called that.
I've never heard them called that, but I'm just trying to think of their logo or their emblem, and I know it's like a little rubber ducky. Anyway, start of the 29th over. Michael Rippon with his signature jump. Jared just pokes that around the corner. Jared closing in on yet another half century. I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on him. 47 not out of 71 deliveries. Defends that there away on the leg side for no run.
Those are some good areas there from Michael Rippon, drawing Moxie all the way forward to play that.
Jesus, is that a condor or something? That's quite loud. Plenty of air there for the ball, flighted up by Rippon.
This has been a really good over so far. 3 dots. Maybe building a little bit of pressure here, Rippon. Needs to continue this. Doesn't want to release the pressure with a full toss or anything like that.
Some wet stat pages from earlier.
Lovely bowling and well played there by Moxie. Rippon again. Very good bowling.
Quality bowling, just bowling, nice tidy line, tossing it up there, waiting for Jared to force the issue to possibly make the error, but he's meeting him there and just defending him away. Cuts it away. Come back for 2. Will Josh come back for a 3rd? No, they'll settle for 2. Takes Jared to 49.
Still a tidy over there though from Ripon, only going for 2. 122 for 2 is the score.
Ah, cheer for 1, cheer.
11 overs to go in the innings. Again, they'll be looking for more than 140 now.
Oh, yeah.
160, 180 maybe.
I think 11 overs remaining. I think a run of ball's not beyond the realms of possibility, only 2 wickets down. So
it's that 66, that'd be 188.
188. And I think once Jared gets his 50, I think, assuming he gets that extra run, I think he'll look to accelerate. So anything is possible. So only 2 down.
Yep.
That's too hard to make a call. Again, the outfield not as fast, but we've seen a few boundaries since we've come back.
Yep. And there is a bowling change here, and we were talking about it. And it's going to be Osama Radford, so I thought they might like to give him a try. Left arm.
Probably not a bad idea. That side hasn't been chopped up yet with bowling either. So hopefully the run-up will be safe there for him.
Seemed to get through that one okay.
He looked a bit tentative. Lost his rhythm, I think, there.
I think all bowlers that are bowling from that end are going to lose a little bit of rhythm because of that.
Did you have a look at the southern end? How was the crease area?
I didn't get a big chance, but the wicket itself looked absolutely fine. It was more those run-ups. Again, that's a very good delivery. Pack of a length. Moxie almost looking to play that towards third man.
He did that in the previous over off Matthew Hiriot. It looked like he was going to try and glide it. He ended up, turned into a very good ball. Might have to get the lights on here soon.
I've got my sunglasses on. Well, that's skewed away.
Just beats the infield. A risky shot there. Again, the ball probably not quite coming onto the bat. Brings Jared Moxie on strike, who's on 49. Takes Josh Moxie along to 15. 2 for 123.
And working on the ball certainly would be almost like a cake of soap out there at the moment.
And that's a great stroke to bring up his half century. As you can hear the crowd in the background, it's Jared Moxie hits 50 off 77 deliveries, 4 boundaries, been a very patient innings, and in these conditions it's needed a mature head on shoulders in these conditions to be the backbone of the innings.
Yeah, typical Jared Moxie innings there. But he'll know he's still got plenty more work to do for his team. And Josh Moxie's just starting to get set. Radford not bowling a bad line and length here. Well, a couple of deliveries already that's beaten the bat.
It's a good ball. That's the area Radford wants to stick around at. What's going on here? Calling for a change of gloves. Both batsmen calling for a change of gloves.
Something you don't see much of in Div 8.
I wouldn't know.
I do. Don't get a lot of changes of gloves, but it's probably understandable in these conditions. They'd be a little bit wet with the water around, but fingers crossed there's nothing at the moment.
So 10 overs remaining in the Port Stephens Python innings. 2 for 124. Jared Moxie 50. Josh Moxie 15. Michael Ripon has ball in hand. This will be his final over. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 26. It'll be very interesting to see what happens at that southern end. Whether that maybe Jacob Ripon might bowl out. He'll have 4 overs that'll kill that end.
Well, I think this is a big over. Will Jared and Josh look to play him out? No, he's looking to attack. Well fielded by the fielder at short fine leg.
I'd be unsure if they're aware that this is Ripon's last over. Maybe the subtle glove change there was to get an update. That would be smart. An experienced cricketer would probably, I'd say that's exactly what happened, coinciding with 10 overs to go. So it's not like they've been out there very long to get too sweaty. Quicker ball there.
Yep, and well read by Jared Moxey.
7 bowlers have been used so far by the Waterboard too.
Ooh, very close there.
The field. Glorious cover drive by Jared Moxey. Another boundary. Just trickles over the fence.
Yeah, hasn't been called.
Okay, well the crowd thought it went for 4. The fielder's saying no. Umpire's agreeing with the fielder.
And so we play on.
2 runs onto the total. Moving on. That's as far away from us as possible, so we don't have an opinion at all.
It was close, though.
Oh, I thought it, from here I thought it went well past, but again
you can only go with what the
I'm blind to one eye and can't see out the other.
Yeah, I'm about the same, so it's a good chase at the end of the day.
And it is pretty dark here. Okay, rip on Michael to Moxie Jared. 2 balls remaining in Michael Ripon's spell. Yes, I'm just going to have a look at score updates from around the NDCA grade competition, because the rain that come through stopped play everywhere. So I'll have a bit of a look for that.
Nicely driven, straight to cover, no run. And that brings to a close Michael Ripon's spell. He's completed his 8 bowled pretty tidily in trying circumstances. He's ended up with 1 for 28 off his 8 overs. And the score is now 2 for 126. 9 overs left in the Pythons innings. And we are seeing what we desperately don't want to see. A little bit of drizzle has come through.
Well, having a look at number 1 Sports Ground, Walls End yesterday 5 for 400 off their 80 overs, and Merriweather a 1 for 1 off 3. Plays resume there.
So that's live, that's back on.
Well, another wicket's fallen. They're 2 for 1 off 3.1.
So it's definitely live then.
Yeah, Harry Price has just got out, and David Selleck got a 2nd ball duck. So if Merriweather weren't already in trouble in first grade, some would suggest they're in a little bit more now, as Josh Moxey tries to hit big down the ground. I'll take 2. I'd say you're going to do well to pry any of these players off the field here, batting or bowling, because I think the next time they leave the park, that will be it.
Yeah, well, hopefully this, again, passing shower. Hopefully the next time they go off is the innings break. That'd be nice. As Radford comes in again.
Nice
tickled
shot.
Fine. Will that go all the way? Chases after it. And we'll reel it in. So 2 more to Josh Moxey. So again, it's starting to intensify. No movement from the umpires yet, which is always positive.
I think they'll play through it unless it starts getting really heavy.
That's been launched. Fielder coming back. Great effort there. Number 12, Dan.
Yeah, great diving effort there at mid-off.
Just couldn't quite lay a hand on it.
Number do you say? 12. I think that might have been Brad Richardson. I think he's changed shirts. Anyway, Radford to Jared. Pushes away at that there on the offside. Plastic bags are coming out to cover the electronics, which is generally a precursor to the players coming off, history suggests. great idea bringing these plastic bags, wasn't it?
You can probably see some rain on your screen there. That one's driven past the fielder
Sorry,
at
Johnny
gully.
Hull. We'll have to give the screen another clean. Look at that.
Good, we just can't see the score now.
Yeah. Bring it up to your phone.
I might turn my volume down here. Yeah, you can see a lot of rain there on your screen.
You give it a what? Pythons are 2 for 133 at the end of 32 overs. Jared Moxey's 54, Josh Moxey's 20. Bradford now 7 overs, no wicket for 26, so he's got 1 over remaining from this end. So we're basically going to get a double change because there'll be a new bowler on at the southern end. Bradford has 1 over left, assuming he bowls that next, and another bowling change will come now from the northern end. See the groundsman sniffing around the covers there. That rain's picking up.
The umpires having a chat.
Umpires Baldwin and Bruce. Players are all coming in for a bit of a chat there, if you can see it through the rain on the screen.
Yeah, well, looks very dark and gloomy on the screen, doesn't it? It's probably not that bad, but it does look bleak.
Even one of those halo lights like they use on TV.
Yeah. And you can't see the mountain in the background. Jeff Williams was talking to me. If you can't see that, then rain's certainly on its way, which it is now. There's a big conference out there. Moxie's got his helmet off. Jacob Rippon is in the discussion as well. The rain feels like it's slowing down a little bit. Is it just a case of how about we just do what we can and see if we can get a...
Looks like they're shaking hands.
Oh no.
I think that's game.
Oh no.
I'd say that's starting to get a bit dangerous out there. I noticed Josh pointed that it was like pointing at areas there around the square.
Oh, well I think that's disappointing for everybody involved.
Oh, well,
but
no more disappointing than the 22 player or 24 players involved in this game.
And the umpires as well, who have worked their backsides off to try and get this on. Well, that looks like that's the conclusion. It's very unfortunate, but again, shout out to everybody involved, the curators, Jeff and Dan Williams, everybody here to try and get this game of cricket underway. As I said, it's not the conclusion that we wanted to the Division 1 competition, but unfortunately that looks like what has come to pass. Your thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, look, it is what it is. I think both teams have been admirable in sticking around as much as possible to get a game on, and now it's starting to bucket down. So right decision was made. Look, we're not out there, but obviously the players have made that decision. It was the players who called that conference looking at it. The umpires, they would have come off because it wasn't rain, it was very light, so that was obviously to the conditions. Look, it is unfortunate, but I believe that'll be joint premiers, is that right?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
So the Port Stephens Pythons, they were the minor premiers. Waterboard finished second on the ladder, but we believe that means that the Suburban Districts Division 1 will be joint premiers, the Port Stephens Pythons and the Waterboard Cricket Club. So I guess that's the Pythons' 2.5 premiership and the Waterboard's half or first premiership in Suburban District. So look, I guess all you can do is congratulate both teams for making the grand final. It's a bit like kissing your sister, I'd imagine. I don't have one, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, well done to Phil Baldwin and Graham Bruce. They did everything possible to make sure this game went on and maximise the ability to get a result. Unfortunately, the weather gods have had other ideas. But yep, Division 1 Suburban Districts joint premiers, the Port Stephens Pythons and the Waterboard Cricket Club. Dave, look, it's been fun.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun, and thank you everybody for tuning in at home or who've come to the ground here in wet conditions. Yeah, congratulations to both teams and everybody involved.
I'm going to say, this is the heaviest rain it's been all day now.
So
I think they've made a wise decision.
We're going to chuff off now, but thank you very much for everybody. Dan, any last words?
No, look, thanks everyone who's been following along on the stream, and their comments and messages have been great. You know, we love doing this. We try to add a little bit, you know, because just watching a screen with no volume can be a bit tedious. But at the end of the day, cricket is the winner.
Absolutely.
There you go.
All right, thanks everyone. Half and Dan Saunders, I'm David Absalom. We'll see you next time.